period of time in the Ysleta Independent School District. The week of our first week of school, I decided to take a challenge that was presented by my good friend in the Canutillo Independent School District, along with his accomplice in the Socorro Independent School District, who both asked that all superintendents in the region take the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. And so I am not one to retreat from a challenge and headed off to Del Valle High School, and with the help of our cheerleaders, football players, our band members, I accepted the challenge, 3 buckets of the challenge. No one should have to experience that, by the way. Yeah. But I did it in the memory of former Hanks High School graduate and Scottsdale Elementary School teacher Amy Gonzalez, who passed away in 2012 from ALS, or what we've come to know as Lou Gehrig's disease. Ms. Gonzalez's family was present at Del Valle to watch the Ice Bucket Challenge, and they were grateful for, I think, the attention and the awareness that we've brought to this debilitating disease, and especially on behalf of their sister, Ms. Gonzalez. Nationwide, the Ice Bucket Challenge has generated more than $100 million for the fight against ALS by the ALS Association. And the Ysleta Independent School District is proud to have participated in this fight against this disease. Also on Saturday, September 6th, last Saturday, some of you joined us to welcome the New Mexico governor, Miss Susana Martinez, who is a proud graduate of Riverside High School. At the event, Governor Martinez gave a keynote speech on education issues and congratulated the Ysleta Independent School District on its centennial. Trustees Duenas and Trustees Woodruff were also in attendance. My understanding is that they were both classmates of
Yes.
Miss Martinez at Riverside High School. And then Miss Martinez addressed the Riverside Rangerettes who performed in her honor and granted our staff an interview recalling memories she had of Riverside High School. Her interview will be used in an upcoming centennial video featuring outstanding Ysleta Y.I.S.D alumni, so we look forward to that. This October 8th, we will be holding a special ribbon-cutting ceremony at Desert Air Elementary School to celebrate the completion of a new classroom wing. The ceremony will take place at 9 a.m., and we will provide both the board, staff, and our community more information about that special event so that you can note it on your calendar. I know it's a little premature, and I'm hoping that we can have some folks from HR with us at our next meeting, but the governor recently proclaimed October 8th as Texas Education Human Resources Day, and so we'll take an opportunity at our next board meeting to introduce you to some of the fine people who work under Mr. Jerry Malinowski, our Assistant Superintendent in Human Resources. And finally, it's in the air. Football season is back, and Tony Romo is back to doing what he does best.
Throwing interceptions.
Should I not go there?
No, please.
I apologize. I came off script for a minute. Let me pump the brakes there. Did you hear that he had 3 interceptions, came off the field, threw his helmet, and that was intercepted too? But I'd like to remind everyone that all of our 7 comprehensive high schools will be celebrating homecoming. It's an opportunity for alumni to come back, visit the school, watch a great football game, participate in some cases in a parade, and it's an exciting time of year. So if you get a chance, try and get out to our high schools and help us celebrate homecoming football games across the district. And that concludes my comments.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for taking that ALS challenge. Do we have any reports on meetings, conferences? No. So then we'll move on to the employee health benefits presentation. Mr. Malinowski. Okay. So we can postpone that and go on to Mr. Kafka and the first rating.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. X. Working our way up the alphabet, and we'll stop right at X. This is the first report for this year. It's an annual event. It was enacted by the 77th legislature 10 years ago, and we study and do a fiscal analysis of our results a year in arrears because it takes a while for them to have access to our audit. So this will actually be for the results of 2013, not the year that just ended. There are, I believe, 20 indicators. Oops. And I will try to read them while I simultaneously don't show you the answer prematurely, so bear with me. I believe it or not, these have been translated into more user-friendly terms, but they're still a little hard to understand, a few of them. The first indicator was the total available fund balance greater than zero in the general fund? And of course, the answer in our case is yes. We had a fund balance of $72.5 million. The available fund balance is reduced by our inventories, which are not really available cash, so we show 71.5. The second indicator was the total unrestricted net asset balance greater than zero, and that includes some other funds other than the general fund. The answer to that one is a reassuring yes, $84.4 million. Were bond payments made on time? And in that case, yes, we make all those payments on time. The fourth indicator was the annual financial audit report filed within 1 month after the deadline. In our case, the deadline is December 28th because we are a July 1 fiscal year, and ours was filed on November 18th with the help of our external auditors. Was there an unqualified opinion in the annual financial report? And in that case, yes, there was, and that's a good thing. Did the annual financial report find no material weaknesses? And the answer to that is yes, but we say none because yes to no seems rather hard to understand there for me. Just one of those, yes, we have no bananas things. Indicator 7 was the 3-year percentage of total tax collections, including delinquents, greater than 98%. Ours is hovering around 99% over the last few years, really. Did the PEMS data compare to annual fiscal report data by less than 3% in expenditures? Ours was off by $470 on $437 million, or about 1/10,000%. Probably some decimal points there somewhere. Were debt-related expenditures less than $350 per student? This one's a little out of date, and I think there is talk about updating it in the next go-round because that's a fairly modest barrier. Ours actually is at $385 per student, but since 1 penny of tax effort raises $600,000, we're well beyond the alternative measure there. So it's kind of a archaic measure in terms of the way they word it. Was there no material noncompliance disclosed in the annual audit report? Now here we have, unfortunately, to my disdain, a problem. If you recall, and I know it was a year ago, so it might be an ancient memory, the auditors, when they presented our audit, did bring up a point that we had a small amount of investment money in the New York bank that was not collateralized. And the reason for that was this was a new document or a new loan tool that was created by the federal government a few years ago, and they had the stimulus program, a QSCB. And at the time it was first created and we took out a $5 million loan on this money, there was a lot of uncertainty about how it would work, how it would be handled by the banks. You were basically required to put a deposit aside each year instead of the usual situation would be you'd make a payment back and the money would be theirs and you wouldn't be responsible anymore. In this case, we were making the deposits, but in fact, what was misunderstood was that it's still our money, and so we had to have a collateralized account. We'll share the blame with our financial advisors and our banks, all of who dropped the ball. And of course, there was no money lost. It was just a fact that we should have had it in that kind of account, and it was corrected once we determined that it was not in that account last year. We are in the process of, we just received a bid for, we were actually, that instrument was so new that none of the banks would offer interest. And the government's program was to let you repay the principal each year, a portion thereof, and whatever interest accrued into that account would be how you would pay back the loan at the end of the term. And, hopefully you'd have some interest income to help you reduce the principal payments that you'd have to make. It was such a new thing that no banks were paying any interest the first few years. We've now secured a bid through our financial advisor, and we will be bringing it to you probably next month to get about 0.75% on this money as it's deposited, which unfortunately is kind of what you get these days. So the next item is, did the district have full accreditation status? And of course the answer to that was yes. Number 12, I know these just build in excitement as we go here, was the total of budgeted operating expenditures and other uses less than the aggregate of revenue, other sources, and fund balance. In that case, with the identified balance reserves that we have set aside, we still had a fund balance of about $53 million. If the district fund balance in the general fund and capital projects funds were less than zero, were construction projects adequately funded? Again, not a problem because our combined fund balance was really about $82.7 million. Again, slightly redefined from the other measures. Was the aggregate of revenue, fund balance, and income sources greater than expenditures in the general fund? And again, yes, by considerable margin. I'm not sure how many districts would actually be bouncing back and forth from yes and no to these because they seem like they're going to be all good or all bad, but that's the measures as we have them. Was the administrative cost ratio less than the threshold ratio? Now this threshold is set by TEA based on the size of the district, and our being in the largest category, we're okay to have a percentage of a little over 11% as a standard. Ours is about 6.3. So we'd love to have it lower, but it's well under the standard bar that we're supposed to get under there. Was the ratio of students to teachers within the ranges according to district size? And that range is 13.5 to 22. We made that, but we're on the low side of it, 14.2. And the next one, unfortunately, is another one where we lost a single point because our ratio of students to total staff is actually slightly outside of the range of 7 to 14. Ours is 6.8. So this is something we're going to be working on in the next year to get back under that minimum threshold. Item 18 was the decrease in undesignated reserve fund balance less than 20% over the past 2 years. Ours was, but actually very, very close at 19.9%. And these are the fund balances. If you recall, I think our fund balance over the last 2 years in total went from about 88 to 81 to 72.5. These are the unreserved, so they don't take into account that full amount. But we, and I've already looked at next year since we know that this measure is a little bit different than our gross number that we look at, and we have a much more better cushion for next year. We won't be that close to the threshold. Was the aggregate total of cash and investments greater than zero? And of course, yes, it was about $77 million in that definition. The last one is another measure they're going to retool. Were investment earnings in all funds more than the 3-month Treasury bill rate? And that's a pretty meager bar. We made about a little over 0.9%. The Treasury rate is 0.7%. So nobody's getting rich, but we did better than the bar we had to do. So in total, our score out of a possible 70 was 64, which fortunately despite our faux pas with the new loaning document we had, keeps us in the superior achievement where we have been throughout our 10 years of scoring in this process. I think we looked for President McLean, and there were a couple districts in the region that fell into the second category. But it's not a high bar. It's not our proudest achievement from year to year, believe me. But we're happy to stay on the top of it. If there are no other questions, I think that's all we have.
Question? Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
And I see Mr. McGraw is in the audience. So we will now do the update on employee health benefits. And I think, Mr. McGraw, going forward, we're going to put you at the end of our agenda, so you'll have time to get here.
Thank you. I appreciate you putting me in the front part, too. But I'll be back for the action item as well. So good evening. I'm Randy McGraw with Hub International Insurance Services. And thank you, Board President and members of the board, Dr. Delatorre, administrators, and members of the audience. I'm here to go over the forecast and recommendations for funding of the self-funded medical plan for the next year. And we'll take a few moments to review just some historical information on enrollment and changes in enrollment, talk about the forecast for expenses in the next year, and then we have a recommendation that hopefully you'll take action on later in the action portion of your agenda so that we can adopt some rates and funding and benefit plan designs for the upcoming open enrollment in the 2015 plan year. Before I get started, I wanted to just first refresh your memory. This year, because of the trials and tribulations back in 2013 and the funding of the plan and the difficult decisions that the board had to make with regards to benefits and funding, we've been providing the board with monthly updates on the changes in the utilization of the plan, revenues versus expenses, as well as quarterly presentations to you as well regarding what our forecast would be for the upcoming plan year, which the plan year runs on a calendar year basis from January through December. And of course, your fiscal year runs July through June. And so this is actually a screenshot from the June 2014 workshop meeting. And the key points in the presentation have been all year is that despite the scenario that we were faced with in September and October of 2013, where we thought the fund balance would approach zero or slightly below zero, it actually ended the year at a negative $4.2 million, much lower than was anticipated. So the plans, designs, and the funding that the board had adopted in October going forward were not really intended to erase a $4.2 million deficit. But as you can see, even in June, the deficit had reduced to a negative $1.4 million. And currently, through the end of the fiscal year, or through the end of July, I think you're actually at about a minus $700,000. So the changes in the funding and the benefit plan, the benefits that are offered, the shifts in enrollment, there was a change in the provider network as well, have all worked together to combine to start to eliminate the deficit, and we're on the road to recovery. The recommendations we'd been making up prior to this time in terms of changes in funding for the plan were to be able to anticipate about a 5% need for an increase in funding if we were not to make any benefit changes. And to kind of jump ahead, there's a little bit more pressure on the plan than we thought, but I think that the solution that we're recommending in the presentation should be well received by the employees, and I believe that it's also within your budget capabilities thanks to the action that you took earlier in the year when you were adopting the budget. As you can see on the enrollment snapshot, back this time a year ago, the majority of your employees were participating in Plan A, which is a very rich level of benefits. And previously, you had Plans A, B, and C, which are now 1, 3, and 4. And due to the dialogue and discourse back in September and October of last year, a new plan was introduced to the employees, which we've now renumbered them and just call them 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so Plan 2 is kind of put in as a half step between formerly Plan A and formerly Plan B. And as you can see on the slide, the majority of your participants migrated from Plan A into Plan number 2. Overall, there really wasn't much decrease in the enrollment in the plan. I know that was a topic of concern last year as well, that some employees may have to forego participating in the health plan options that the district offers. But overall, you only had about 40 people leave the comprehensive medical part of the plan. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. This slide gives you a historical moving average cost representation of each of the 4 plans that have been offered. I'll point to this screen over here. Your new plan is a blue line that starts in January of 2014. That's plan number 2. These are 12-month moving average costs per participant in the plan of their medical and prescription drug expense. One thing that is very noticeable on the graph is that formerly Plan A, Plan 1, is going off the chart in terms of average cost per participant. And that's not unexpected. That's the plan with the lowest deductible, lowest out-of-pocket expense, lowest co-pays. It also has the highest contribution requirement from the employees. That's also the one that you saw on the prior slide where approximately 2,800 employees migrated out of that plan into plan number 2. And so what you're really seeing on the graph is just a function of the math, is that as the average enrollment has gone down, but the claims have remained high in that 12-month time period, you can see the average cost as it's measured here is jumping off the chart. You can also see the reverse of that under Plan 2. It starts at 0, and because a lot of people that were formerly here migrated there, you can see that it's approaching pretty much the mean for the group. So the green line is Plan 1, blue is Plan 2 down here. Plan 3 is actually trending down right now. And plan number 4, your high deductible plan, also trending down in terms of average cost. The bars represent the average cost of the entire population in terms of their medical and prescription drug claims costs. So you actually have a negative trend happening right now in the industry. And I know we talked after the workshop last week, and sometimes the word negative actually connotates negative. But in this case, you want to be negative. You want to see your average cost going down. So the fact that your trend is negative is a good thing. And that's also what is helping you reduce the deficit that occurred at the end of 2013 and basically puts us on the road to recovery. In the table here, we've got the calculations and the forecast for the funding for the next plan year. And it's the same format that we've used year over year. The middle column represents the current plan year, and it shows the claims that we've accumulated in the most recent 12 months. It shows all of the administrative expenses that are associated with operating the plan. It also shows the current revenues. This figure right here of about $42 million, that's the combined contributions from the district and the employees through their payroll deduction. And you can see here we're reflecting the negative trend in the forecast. So we're giving the forecast credit for the favorable results that it's having. But we still think that you could end up with a negative deficit at the end of the year. We do expect that, as has been experienced throughout the year, that the average cost of claims per month is about $400,000 to $500,000 less than the prior year. So we think that you'll gain some ground. But this is data that only runs through July. August and September typically reflect higher than average utilization months for the consumption of health care by school districts. So we think that you might actually see a little bit more of a deficit in the next 60 days, and then you'll probably see it return to gaining ground. And hopefully it will end up better than expected. But right now we would think that you might still be in a deficit, but you'll still see the continued effect of the changes in the contributions and the plan design as you roll forward into the next plan year. What that results in the forecast for the next year is that overall, instead of the 5% that we'd been predicting early in the year before we had much data, that we think it would be more prudent to fund the plan at an additional 7% in the next plan year, which is the equivalent of about $2.9 million over that 12-month time period. Now, since the plan year straddles your fiscal year, the recommendation, and it kind of ties into the action that the board took when you were setting the budget back in prior to July the 1st, which I understand that you held back on some funds because it was important to the board and important to the association, the teachers, and the employees of the district to try to mitigate the cost of any of the rising pressures of inflation on premiums for health insurance. And so I understand that you've more or less held back about $1.3 or $1.4 million in your budget in anticipation that you might need to create some extra funding for the next year. And so the recommendation from administration and for us in conjunction with your action would be that the district absorb the increased cost of the plan, that the benefits remain the same for the next plan year, that the payroll deductions for employees remain the same for the next plan year. What that entails is that the district currently contributes $410 per employee per month, and the new recommended contribution from the district effective on January 1 would be $449.77. So that's an increase of $39.77 per employee per month starting on January 1, which for the first half of the plan year would be the equivalent impact to the district of about $1.484 million, which should be within that range that you anticipated back when you were making your decisions on adopting your budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And that concludes the comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Ramos.
So this means that we're going to have a 5% increase at the beginning of January?
Well, the overall funding to the plan would actually increase by about 7%, but the district would absorb that through this increase in the contribution of $39.77, which basically shows that there would be no impact to the employees going into the next year.
But the $449.77 would be the increase for the employees?
No, that's for the district will pay that on behalf of the employees, or that's what the recommendation would be. So the employees would not have to they would not have to increase their contributions in the next year.
If the district pays for that?
Correct.
And they wouldn't have any increase on their insurance?
Correct. Which is actually phenomenal because this year especially, the only other district in the area that I know of that has not had to increase payroll deductions for employees would be the Socorro district. But all the other districts in the area had to pass rate increases on to their employees through the health plan. And believe it or not, even after the changes you made last year, and I know they were rather shocking to employees and the board, you're still very competitively positioned with the benefits that you offer to your employees for the area.
So this would be like from July to maybe the next June?
No, for the employees, this would be from January through December.
Through December of 2015?
2015. Now, in that time period, you're going to overlap another fiscal year. So you'll be going through your fiscal and budget planning in the spring, and we'll be continuing to monitor the performance of the health plan. We'll continue to give you the monthly reports. We'll continue to come back on a quarterly basis so that as you approach that point in time where you have to adopt the budget for your next fiscal year, that you'll know what to anticipate in terms of funding for the remainder of the plan year, and then hopefully overlapping into 2016 as well.
Does anybody else have any questions? Sounds good. I have a question. With regard to last year's deficit, I remember when we were in discussions and we were projecting, or you were projecting a zero balance in that fund. How do we go from a zero balance to such a negative $4 million?
It's a very valid question. And it's one of the things that are contributing to the favorable performance this year. Is unfortunately the district's health plan incurred a higher than expected frequency of catastrophic claims. So, and you can see that pretty well reflected in this line right here that says reinsurance adjustment. Mm-hmm. So it's a good news, bad news number there. It shows that in the 12-month time period that we're measuring, that the district recovered $2.7 million from its reinsurance carrier. But what that means is that you had a lot of people that had claims in excess of $225,000. And so, for every, if there's 10 claims over 225, that's $2.2 million. Not only that, and sometimes it's sad that we get distracted into the financial part of the analysis, but it also means that 10 individuals had to incur a situation on either themselves or a dependent where they're going through a course of treatment that racks up that amount of money. And so without getting too specific, and we didn't provide details in this presentation on your large claims data, but we certainly have that. And I believe we also have scheduled a meeting with your insurance and your insurance oversight committee next week to brief them on whatever action that you take. But typically in that meeting, we'll give them a higher level of detail. We were trying to keep it brief for you here. But in the past, you've had, on average, about anywhere from 12 to 18 catastrophic claims. You had one claim that approached $1 million at the end of that last quarter. And some of those claims are not easily predictable. They're just due to instances that occur without warning. And that's the entire purpose of offering a group health plan, is to protect people from a catastrophic loss. So far this year, you have less than 4 claims that look like they're on track to exceed that. And I would attribute that to just a fluctuation. It's kind of like a wave or a roller coaster that you ride through time. But not only that, but another key thing that's helping the performance of the plan was the switch in the provider network from Advantage Care Network to Cigna, because we'd done some statistical analysis and identified that Cigna offered greater discounts. And it's bearing evidence here in the results. It took about 3 or 4 months for it to show up, but the combination of the better discounts and just better fortune in terms of catastrophic loss, changes in the funding, shifts in the enrollment, all of those variables are contributing to the fact that you've erased almost the $4.2 million deficit in just 7 months.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Ms. Wayne?
Yes, I wanted to ask, in case, this is just a brief that I'd like to know. In case we were to come up with $1 million, how would that impact the amount so it would lower the premiums for the employees?
So are you saying that if the district wanted to contribute perhaps more than the $1.4 million and you contribute $2 million?
To lower.
To lower it? Now I'm going to have to do math in my head.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I was just wanting to know this.
So here's how that kind of translates right now. You can see that right now the total contributions are about $42 million. The district puts in about 30, employees put in about 11. I'm just going to call that 75-25 to make it easier math. So, the flip side of that question would be if the district did not put in $1.4 million, and that's equal to 7%, then that ratio is 3 to 1 over here. So if you said, we're not going to put in an extra $1.4 million, employees, instead of perceiving a 7% increase, would perceive a 21%, because it's about a 3 to 1 ratio. If you were to put in an extra $1 million, then that would be the equivalent of about 4%. So they could possibly perceive a 1% reduction in the funding, not very much at all. What I would recommend is if that was something that you wanted to do, then that would be prudent to do. But I don't know if you want to actually, I don't know if it's, that's your call, it's your money. But put it in the fund to help fund the plan for the future year to offset future costs. I don't know if you want to actually reduce payroll deductions by a small fraction, because that may get lost in the pressure of ongoing inflation in future years.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. McGraw.
You're welcome.
And here we have our distinguished guest, Mr. Rodriguez, is going to come speak to us about Canutillo Y.I.S.D's legislative proposal.
Good evening, Board President, members, Superintendent, members of the audience. First, my name is Armando Rodriguez. I'm board member at Canutillo Y.I.S.D, and I'm also the Far West Texas Board President, and thank you all for your all support. I do have Renee Leon, that is our governmental relations individual that has been working on this as well. So back in February, our school district wanted to look at starting a public advocacy campaign, and so what we're trying to work on now is a regional and making sure all school districts are on board. As you've seen recently, and I'll go in more depth of some of the issues that have been happening within our state legislature, as well as some of the local issues that have been happening. It's important for us to be unified when it comes to advocating for public education, as well as creating a legislative agenda to send to our state legislators, so that way they are educated on the importance of public education in our community. So I'll go to the next slide, and I'll use, and I believe you all have a copy. It was a draft copy, and it's a work in progress, and so what we want to do is advocating for public education. What is a public advocacy campaign? And so an organized effort by our region school districts to build community support, raise awareness, and advocate for all of the successes produced by public schools in El Paso and the Far West Texas area. Why should we do this? Through a strong and unified effort, El Paso area school districts can lead the charge in building community support and raising awareness for public education. We must tell our own story, or someone else will do it for us. We need to be our biggest cheerleaders, and we need to share the success stories, our innovations, and our visions with the community whom we serve. We also need to be strong advocates for public education, as outside groups are building their own organizations and raising significant funds for the 2014 election cycle. These groups are mobilizing in a push for charter schools, school vouchers, virtual classrooms, and school privatization, among other issues. And here is an article that was in, I believe it was January of 2014, where it talks about a state group that was created, which is the Texas Education Reform Group. The last PAC filings that they had in January 15th, they raised about $1 million to for a political action committee. And when you look at what they spent on the 2012 legislative session, was $645,000, and they had about 16 lobbyists, and this was during the 2012 legislative session. One of their biggest push was pushed by a state rep in this district, in this area as well as this district, which was a parent trigger law. And so that bill did not go through, but that was just their initial push. So if you could imagine what they spent in the last legislative session, think about what their possibilities are in this coming legislative session. So it's important for us to educate our community on this, as well as a local group starting in this region. How does this help students? We are entrusted with two precious community resources, our students and our taxpayer money. It is incumbent upon us to do everything in our power to advocate for strong support for all our children at all levels. By standing up for our students and their schools, we are putting a voice to the many silent success stories that are produced by public schools. This voice can become a powerful tool in building relationships with community, businesses, and organizations that can help students reach their goals and achieve their dreams. What are some of the benefits to schools? Increased partners in education activity, student internship opportunities, scholarship awards,
booster club partners, increased community awareness, improved fundraising operations, and stronger lobbying and advocacy abilities. As we look at San Antonio as one of the models that this is still a work in progress, but how can we create our own? So San Antonio and Bexar County Schools has created the Go Public campaign. It's 15 independent school districts of Bexar County, along with prominent members of the San Antonio and Bexar County business community, joined together to promote public education in Bexar County. Here's, I believe, their website, and it talks about love Bexar County Public Schools because great lessons aren't always in books. And here's some more on their website, and it talks about them. And then it talks about the school districts, gives a regional map of the school districts that are involved in this campaign. And so we go to, how can we do this? We need to build a coalition amongst school districts of Region 19 in Far West Texas, and we need to collectively work on bringing forward stories that highlight the public service provided by public schools. We need to stand together to advocate and lobby for the resources needed to educate our region students. We will build and use a well-designed website, an integrated social media strategy, a large media events and targeted press releases, an individual news blog featuring stories from news outlets across the region, state, and nation. A campaign logo for all districts to use that will incorporate our regional characteristic and promote public education for all students. I think when we're developing this campaign and talking about it, I think what we need to address is the diverse students that we have, as well as special needs students, limited English proficient students. So some way how we could incorporate that, because when you look at the serious threats we have that are campaigning against us, they're not willing to invest in those kids. And so we need to make sure that we stand for our own kids in our region. Where am I? We need at least for sure a contact staff member that will work with your all's board. We're working with Region 19 to have one, and we have our contact individual, which is Renee Leon for our district. And so what we want to start doing is developing the details, the guidelines, and how we're going to actually come together in a region and then start moving forward. So once all the school districts are on board, then what we'll look at doing, and you all are the first district that we're actually going to, and so this whole month is we're going to try to get every district on board. We need a strong communication between all our districts so that way we could advocate. And then let me just sum it up real quick, which is, will you join us? Will you help us tell our story, and will you help us provide more resources and opportunities to our students? Will you be an advocate for public education? And so when you look at the main issue, we're having our district help lead the charge, but we want everybody together. The website and the blog is pretty much of all the news articles that have been in the past, and let's say they're federal, state, local, on some of these organizations, some of the bills that are going to come through. We want to create that resource where it's a newsletter to educate our community and say, look, this is a reason why these individuals are, you know, whether they're providing a certain legislative platform like the Parent Trigger Bill or charter schools, we could show that this is a reason why. And so it's important to educate the community at large to what's going on, so that way we could have a better understanding and a better support for public education. So with that, that's a public education, a public advocacy campaign. So if you all have any questions or anything in regards to that.
Yes, Ms. Reyes.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much for bringing this forward, and thank you very much for, hopefully you all will be the point people to get this collaboration started. I think it's long overdue. I think that Region 19, all of our school districts together, we have a strong voice if we put all of our resources together and all of our heads together and come up with a good plan to educate the public as to how wonderful our public schools really are. And the students that are leaving our schools, graduating from our schools and going to our universities and further their own careers, we're doing an excellent job. We're providing them with opportunities, and with all the laws that have come down from the legislature, specifically House Bill 5, I think that we can create those partnerships through the same collaboration that you're talking about, not just for one school district, but for maybe the entire Region 19 school districts. So thank you for bringing this forward.
No, I appreciate it, and so I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's important to educate the community. As you see, you know, I won't name certain media outlets, but it's obvious that, you know, you get front page issues on charter schools instead of all the good work that we've been doing individually, and so we need to make sure that we share our own stories within our community, and that's what we're doing in Canotio, but let's work on sharing them regionally so that way we have a better support for public education. So.
Absolutely. Any other questions, comments, Ms. Viñas?
Would have somebody representing us at Region 19 come back with information? Is that how it works? Or how it would be getting together the whole region?
We would want the superintendent to hopefully designate a contact person on the staff, because we all know we all have our own, but we want all the boards to be involved on this. One of the things that we're looking at, and I've worked with Dr. Aguirre, is to, there actually might have a whole training, instead of having individual trainings for each board, we might have an all-day training at UTEP, so that way we could have that training all together as a region and then provide that education hours and then discuss our legislative agenda as well as this campaign. So that way we're all on the same page. And so the main thing is having somebody on staff from each district work with, and I forgot the individual that Dr. Aguirre told me that would be working from Region 19 on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
And just the last thing is the legislative agenda. One of the things that we're working on, and we're going to create a survey for the rest of the region, so that way we could start developing our legislative agenda, and then we'll have that discussion hopefully when we meet regionally with Far West to say, okay, this is our legislative agenda. And so if you opt out on, let's say, you might have a personal legislative agenda that's in particular to your school district, then we could put those aside. But let's create, I guess the main three ones, of course, are going to be funding, the standardized test, and then probably some of the other issues, but we're going to develop that together. But,
excellent.
So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for your work, and thank you, Mr. Leon, for bringing this to Ysleta.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The order of the agenda has been approved, but once again, is there any consent agenda items that anybody wants to discuss? If not, may I have a motion on the consent agenda items listed on this agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Reyes.
I move to approve the remaining consent agenda items as recommended by the administration.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item number 11 on the consent agenda was pulled. Consider and take possible action to approve Y.I.S.D contract number 201-50175 with the Housing Authority of the City of El Paso, Texas, HACEP, to provide Ysleta I.S.D with 4 sites for teaching youth after-school tutoring program for at-risk students during the period of September 11th, 2014, and shall remain renewed automatically renew annually unless either party gives 60 days prior written notice of non-renewal at no cost to the district. Is there any discussion? May I please have a motion on consent item number 11?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Reyes.
I move to approve the Y.I.S.D. contract number 2015075 with the Housing Authority of the City of El Paso, Texas, HACEP, to provide Ysleta I.S.D. with 4 sites for the Youth Teaching Youth after-school tutoring program for at-risk students during the period from September 11th, 2014, and shall automatically renew annually unless either party gives 60 days notice prior written notice of non-renewal in the amount of $64,000 from compensatory education funds.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Dr. De La Torre, does administration have a recommendation on this item?
Madam President, members of the board, the administration would recommend the motion as presented.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Dueñas, is your microphone working?
Testing, yes.
All right, just checking. Thank you. Item number 16, consider and take possible action to approve amendment number 1 to Y.S.D. contract number 201400303 with Jacobs Project Management Company for additional professional services during the period of date purchase order is issued to 5 months with 2 possible 30-day extensions for $124,465 from District General Fund. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Dueñas.
Yes, I did have a little chance to go over with Dr. De La Torre on the facility that we were having. I never got any finish that I had
Ms. Dueñas,
requested
can
on
we
Monday.
take just a second? What do we have on this? Oh, okay.
Oh.
I didn't know that was what we were doing. Okay. Hello. Welcome to our meeting.
I said, who is this gentleman?
He likes his letter.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Dueñas, go ahead.
Okay, and my question was that since we didn't have any response on the finished facility complete from the first time on the facilities, apparently he would, Mr. I guess Jacobs, is that, or the company's Jacobs, was going to come back and let us know about that. But Dr. De La Torre gave me some information from what we have on our computer and everything. But I wasn't able to get all to my schools enough time. But I do see that there was one missing, which was Constance Hobart. And we do have a little problem with Constance Hobart. It's a fairly new school. The only thing is that school is sinking. So it is a big, major issue on that. And because of the facilities, the walls are separating from the wall. I guess the division from the walls are separating, and due to I guess we do have a problem with clay in our area. So if you could please include that in this with the first funding, if that could be included also, because it was missed and it is a big issue for the district. And my problem with this one here is the 124. Would that be a final for in case we do come with a bond? You will make an itemized list of all the schools, include all the schools that need apparently the repairs and what we need for the bond. Have an itemized so we can be transparent to our constituents.
Dr. De La Torre?
Or which one? I'm looking at him, but I don't know who to look at.
I'll just, for the sake of clarity, I'll capture what Trustee Dueñas has an interest in seeing. First of all, Constance Holbert Elementary School doesn't appear in the initial report, and that's because, and I think you pointed out, that while you did an analysis of all schools, there were a group of schools that were not reviewed, and that Constance Holbert may very well have been one of those schools. And I think typically what we were talking about were schools that were so new or had recently received attention that we didn't feel like we wanted to invest our resources there. So on the surface, if you look at Constance Holbert, it would appear that it's new enough that it would not require any kind of an analysis. However, the school, as Ms. Duenas has pointed out, has had some issues that may be directly tied to the soil, the land that the school sits on. Was Constance Holbert one of the schools that we did not review or look at?
That is correct.
Okay.
Of the list of schools, the newer schools were omitted from our scope of work, as Dr. De La Torre mentioned, in the interest of not investing your precious budget towards schools that were very unlikely to have significant deficiencies. However, it appears that in this one school there is something that needs to be looked at, and we can specifically go look at certain specific items without doing a full assessment of the building at very minimal cost to Ysleta I.S.D.
And so I think the interest that Mrs. Duenas has expressed is, would there be an opportunity, without any additional cost, to have your team or a team come back and take a look at that and create the same site summary report for Constance Holbert that you generated for all the other schools that you examined?
To do the comprehensive assessment like we did the others would require a bit of effort. However, if there are specific items, if it's a brand new building that just happens to have some structural issues, I can probably make an analysis of that condition made without any additional cost to the district.
Thank you. The second theme, as I understand it, is, and again in the interest of clarity, you have in fact provided a very comprehensive, involved analysis of those schools that you did inspect. That's available. That's the report that I sat with Trustee Duenas and we reviewed. So I think Trustee Duenas understands that any member of the public can now access any individual summary report for any one of the schools that your team reviewed. What I think is important to understand is that this next phase is about being inclusive, transparent, and collecting additional information from stakeholders as to the outcomes, the deliverables that they'd envision for this district, based now on what we know about our demographic future, as well as the condition of our facilities, and that those conversations need to happen. They need to involve a number of parties or stakeholders, and that more importantly, that at the end of the process that we're bringing before the board tonight, that Jacobs would have very specific recommendations for this board to consider moving forward as part of a bigger strategic action plan for the Ysleta Independent School District relative to what we do about our aging facilities that in many cases need a significant investment of resources to remain comparable to some of the schools that are being built around us in El Paso. I must have not framed it as a question.
Absolutely. As Dr. De La Torre mentioned, our initial scope of work was to do a study, to prepare a condition report that reports on the existing conditions as we observe them in the field with professionals. What was not included in the scope of work was to take it beyond that and translate the condition study among other data inputs into a facilities master plan, a component of which would be a bond plan if the board were to decide to go out for bond funding. So this additional increment of cost is for the effort to take our information along with other information provided by your demographic consultant with input from key stakeholders at Ysleta I.S.D. and to consider opportunities to make improvements to the use of your facilities and to make recommendations. Another component of that cost, an increment of that cost, is to validate the school capacities that were provided not by Jacobs, rather by district staff. When I was with you on July 8th and presented our findings, one of the key measurements was the utilization of your facilities, and that is the number of children that are attending your schools as compared to the capacity or the amount of space or reasonable amount of quantity of students that could attend those schools. Those numbers are very important towards decision making, and the district has wisely asked that we take a second look at those staff provided calculations and make sure that we're making decisions based on a third party ratified, validated calculation.
And Vice President Pearson wants to be clear and make recommendations that then this board can consider moving forward with an interest in remaining as effective as we possibly can while being as efficient and transparent in what we do for students. I think what's key for this board is that the result of this final process be that Jacobs, as a neutral third party with no real vested interest, outline recommendations that would reflect what they would do if they were in our situation in an objective manner. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. That certainly is a benefit of having a third-party professional with an objective perspective. We started this project from the very outset with very clear direction that we were not to be influenced by any stakeholders in the process, but to behave independently, observe professionally and factually what we would find in the field, and to reflect the findings as they actually exist without any sort of varnish of any agenda or preference. And by continuing the dialogue, not just of collecting data, but analyzing and acting on it with a third party's input, I believe provides a lot of objectivity that can engender public trust in the findings and will put the board in a position to say with all certainty that this, while it did consider inputs from various sources, is based on recommendations from a third-party, unbiased professional consultant.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering then what exactly the stakeholders are going to be doing in connection with you then. If this is going to be basically a third-party thing, then what is their part in this next process?
That's a great question. There are a series of meetings in which we will present some of our analyses, to ask questions, and also to get feedback. It's an iterative process. Included also is time for presentations to community groups. While we're not leading and coordinating the outreach component, it is understood that Ysleta I.S.D. does desire to do such a program, and we have time and budget included so that we can participate and present and answer questions and collect information through that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for making yourself available.
Happy to be here.
No, I do have a question. So will Mr. Jacobs, is that?
Mr. Mills.
Mills, I'm sorry. Mr. Mills, will you be attending those meetings with us if there's any questions, or the committee, or
Absolutely,
the stakeholders?
and it will be me in the flesh and not through the medium of Skype.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here if you need me for anything else.
Thank you, sir. May I please have a motion on consent item number 16?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Pearson.
I move to approve amendment number 1 to Y.I.S.D contract number 201-40303 with Jacobs Project Management Company for additional professional services during the period of date purchase order is issued to 5 months, with 2 possible 30-day extensions for $124,465 from District General Fund.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Reyes. Dr. De La Torre, does administration have a recommendation on this item?
Yes, Madam President. The administration would recommend approval of amendment number 1 to the Y.I.S.D contract number 2014-0303 with Jacobs Project Management Company for the scope of work as described by staff and by Mr. Mills.
Thank you, sir. May I please have a motion on consent?
You already had it.
Oh, I haven't. So, I'm
Just a
in
vote.
here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that was kind of neat, the Skype thing.
It was.
The Board of Trustees has determined that a closed meeting of the Board of Trustees is required to discuss the items set forth in the posted agenda for this date. Such closed meeting is authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.001, including but not limited to the sections and purposes covered by the following section of the Texas Government Code 551.071, 7273, 7476, 82, 821, 83, and 84. Should any final action, decision, or vote be required with regard to any matter considered in closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in the open meeting or at a subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now move to the Rio Grande room for closed session.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Okay.
test, 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 test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test. Test, 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 test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test.
Test, test. No, I'll leave it on. Yeah. What do you think of this?
Okay. I reconvene this meeting with the following present: Ms. Dueñas, Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Pearson, Mrs. Woodruff, Ms. Lewis, Mrs. Reyes, and myself, Patricia McLean. We will now address the posted action agenda items. Action item number 1, consider and take possible action on recommendations regarding EEOC charge styled Paul W. Harkness versus Ysleta I.S.D. EEOC charge number 453-2014-00514 as discussed in closed session. Is there discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 1?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Pearson.
I move to approve recommendations discussed in closed session regarding EEOC charge style of Paul W. Harkness versus Ysleta I.S.D. EEOC charge number 453-2014-00514.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Reyes. Dr. De La Torre, does the administration have a recommendation on this item?
Madam President, members of the board, the administration would recommend the motion as presented.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Action item number 2, consider and take possible action to approve the sale of surplus real estate at 8660 North Loop. Is there a discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 2?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Reyes.
I move not to approve the sale of real estate at 8660 North Loop as discussed in closed session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Action item number 3, consider and take possible action to approve award of Y.I.S.D solicitation number 25812-096 CSP bond Eastwood High School kitchen remodel for $349,613 from Capital Project Funds, Series 2006 funds. Is there discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 3?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Lu.
I move to approve award of Y.I.S.D. solicitation number 25812-096 CSP bond to FPG Mechanical Contractors for the Eastwood High School kitchen remodel for $349,613 from Capital Project Funds Series 2006 funds.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Reyes and Ms. Woodruff. Dr. De La Torre, does the administration have a recommendation on this item?
Madam President, members of the board, the administration would recommend approval of award solicitation number 25812-096 CSP bond, Eastwood High School kitchen remodel for $349,613.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Action item number 4, consider and take possible action to approve a right-of-way easement requested by the City of El Paso for a rapid transit system, RTS, located at 8590 Alameda, near the Ysleta High School Central Plant at 75 South Davis Drive at no cost to the district. Is there any discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 4?
Discussion. Just a
Back?
question.
Yes?
Did we get a photograph?
Yes.
I think we disseminated
Was
board
in the email.
communication, but
Rats.
I think it may
didn't.
be worthwhile to go
I
ahead
did not
and
open it.
provide that.
Do you have hard copies, Ms. Miller?
Because what I saw downtown, I was downtown and I saw one. So I wanted to see if it was the same.
I believe there's a
Very good
representative.
Structure is what I had
A
seen.
representative from the city here.
They're a good-looking structure.
They may actually have,
Oh, we did not realize we had members of the city here.
Sorry, we kept you so
apologize for our
late.
late meeting. Good evening.
Trustees and Superintendent, my name is Richard Gilbert, and I'm representing the City of El Paso in this matter. And with me is Victor Morales, who's a Ysleta High School graduate, and he's in the Department of Engineering. We did email some photographs that I understood Jim Brewer would have teed up for us here, so hopefully we can pull them up.
see if I have my copy.
I apologize, everybody. Should I start all over?
No.
Okay. I apologize. Thank you so much for telling me.
I just didn't open it. I'll see it. But I did see the structure. I was downtown. Is it the ones that are on Oregon? Is it just like those?
They're on the RTS ones are on Mesa that are getting close to completion. I don't know if the ones in Oregon are they the same way. Yes, they are the same.
Okay.
Yes.
I just was. They said they were going to have pictures. I didn't open my email this afternoon, so thank you. Thank you for being
You're
here.
welcome. You're
so
welcome.
late.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for entertaining this. We appreciate it. Any other questions? I'm happy to answer any other questions.
How long will it take to complete, since you're here? How long will it take to complete that project?
That's actually going to vary. As far as each individual station, we're probably looking at a time of between 1 and 2 months, depending on the actual any utility relocations and whatnot that'll happen.
When we start about?
Start will be in 2015. Again, we're going to have to go through procurement and everything. And given the number of stations, the contractor they'll have to schedule stations depending on what TxDOT requires and whatnot. So it can kind of vary, but we'd be in contact with you to let you know kind of what the plan is, what's going to happen, how traffic control is going to run, and just we're doing that for all the adjacent property owners to make sure that they're aware. And of course, with the high school being nearby, we'd want to make sure that we try to coordinate that as much as possible to kind of work with your schedules there.
If it could be done in the summer, I think it would be great.
Recommendation.
We could disrupt as
Just
little as
food for
possible.
thought.
Yes.
Duly noted.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have
Thank you.
a question.
Thank you all for being here.
I have
welcome.
a question.
Yes, Ms. Reyes, go ahead.
Is that the only school it's going to be affected? Because you have Ysleta Elementary also?
Yes, no other Ysleta schools will be impacted. And trustees, just so you know, we have tried hard to fit all of these stations unpublic right-of-way so that we don't have to ask you for an easement. But Alameda is very inconsistent in the width of that right-of-way, and it has been a huge challenge for us. So in those cases where we just cannot fit the station, we're having to do this.
I think it'll be a great area for the people that use the bus. I think, ultimately,
it's a great project. It really, it will provide much more, it'll provide faster service, more frequent service. It's a level on-off, swipe the card. They will have Wi-Fi, nice lighting. I mean, it's definitely a substantial upgrade from the system we have now.
It's a nice facility. It'll be a nice,
very, very pretty
structure.
I have another question. What's the theme there?
The theme?
In the Ysleta area. I know they have them in different things in different areas.
Talking about artwork.
Actually, the artwork is still being worked out. They're looking at doing some art glass like they've used in some other rapid transit to make sure that the station's nice and open and is just kind of very welcoming and well lit at night. Just as an added note, one of the reasons that the location is where we're asking to put it is actually so that we could serve the high school, because the goal was to actually use or provide it as a service to the students and staff, parents, everybody who needed it. It works for us because it gives us ridership numbers, but it also, ideally, everybody at the school will be able to benefit from it every single day.
Right.
With quick pickup times, all the amenities. Ideally, students would be able to, use it, do their homework, et cetera, while they're riding the bus to school and get to school on time. So,
Well, and it's going to be lit and shaded, and so it'll be...
and there'll be Wi-Fi in the buses, too. I forgot about that, too. Yes.
So that'll be good. That'll be great. All right. Well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you so much.
May I please have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Action item. Yes, Ms. Reyes.
I move to approve the right-of-way easement requested by the City of El Paso for a rapid transit system, RTS stop, located at 8590 Alameda near Ysleta High School, central plant at 75 South Davis Drive, at no cost to the district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Dr. De La Torre, does the administration have a recommendation on this item?
Yes, Madam President, the administration would recommend approval of a right-of-way easement by the City of El Paso for the rapid transit system located at 8590 Alameda near Ysleta High School.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item number 5, consider and take possible action to approve participation in a regional public education advocacy campaign along with area school district as presented by Canutillo Y.I.S.D. Is there any discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 5?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Reyes.
I move to approve participation in a regional public education advocacy campaign along with the area school districts as presented by Canutillo Y.I.S.D.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Dr. De La Torre, does the administration have a recommendation on this item?
Yes, Madam President, the administration would recommend approval for participation in a regional public education advocacy campaign along with area school districts as presented by the Canutillo Independent School District.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Action item number 6, consider and take possible action to approve administrative recommendation for employee health benefits for 2015 to maintain the same plan as 2014 with no increase to employee contribution. Is there any discussion? May I please have a motion on action item number 6?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Pearson.
I move to approve the administrative recommendation for employee health benefits for 2015 to maintain the same plans as 2014 with no increase to employee contributions.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Reyes and Ms. Lewis. Dr. De La Torre, does the administration have a recommendation on this item?
Madam President, the administration would recommend that employee health benefits for the 2015 cycle be maintained at the same plan as the 2014 plan cycle, that is, no increase to the employee contribution.
Thank you, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Policies provided for us for information are a list of revised legal policies included in TASB Update 100 attached. TASB Vantage Points explaining these revisions has also been provided. Also for information provided to us under regulations and exhibits are A, EF-R, and Exhibit A and B, new instructional resources, instructional materials. B, EGA-R, research and experimental projects. C, GKC-R2, new community relations, visitors to the schools. And I just, as a question, were those changes made with regard to the
changes were made.
Yes, thank you. Okay, any other discussion or comments? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Reyes. We are adjourned.